All right, let's bring those Nubian milking yearlings into the ring.
Good morning. Starting our Nubian show this morning with this class of yearling milkers, we are going to place udder placings will be 2, 1, and 5. And as we look at those udder placings, starting with that doe, the second place doe with first udder, for the advantage that she has over the first place doe in overall width of mammary system, she's wider at the top of that rear. She carries that width a little more correctly and more uniformly up through the forwarder than does our first place doe. The first place doe then over the doe in 5. Again, when we look at that mammary system, she's a little fuller in that rear udder, a little fuller at the base of that rear udder than is the fifth place doe. A little more length and extension of 4. A little, just a touch more correct in her teat shape, her teat placement as well over that fifth place doe, who is our third udder. So in placing the class then, 1 placing over 2 for advantages, starting with general appearance. I know that we felt had the advantage in strength of top. She's stronger in her chine. She's straighter in her back. She's flatter out over that loin than is the second place doe. She has advantage as well in dairy strength, that she's cleaner through that front end. She's more open in her rib and just carrying a little less condition today than is that second place doe. 2 then placing over 3 for the advantage that she has in that mammary system, the height and width and fullness of the rear. She now in turn in general appearance is more correct in her angulation of rear leg. She's a bit stronger on her rear pasterns than is our third place doe. 3 and 4 we switched here after we initially set them up. We just think the third place doe has the advantage in mammary system with a wider udder throughout. She has the advantage in dairy strength, being more open in her rib, a little cleaner all the way through, a little more angular today than is this fourth place doe. But she'll grant some to the general appearance that we have in this doe in 4, especially the angulation of rear leg and the strength of rear pastern. It's for those advantages in general appearance now that 4 places over 5. She's more upstanding. She walks more uphill. She's a doe that's stronger across her back and loin. She's flatter and leveler out over that rump than is our fifth place doe. In addition, she has in dairy strength. She does get a little bit of an advantage having a longer bone pattern than is this fifth place doe. She will grant some, of course, to the overall width and the fullness of mammary system that we have on that mammary on 5. 5 over 6 then for that advantage in the mammary system. It's a mammary system that's a little more correct in its shape, a little fuller at the base of that rear udder, a little more extension in the 4 than what we have in this sixth place doe. 6 then placing over 7. She in turn has an advantage in her turn in mammary system with a more capacious udder with more overall area of udder attachment than that doe in 7. In addition, she is a doe that in body capacity shows us more depth of rear rib, more depth and spring of barrel than what we have in this 7th place doe. 7 then placing over 8. We're going to start with general appearance, a doe that is stronger across that chine and back. Again, a doe that shows me more length of rump. She has an advantage in angulation of rear leg and strength of rear pasterns over this 8th place doe. In the mammary system, she has a forwarder that blends more smoothly into the abdominal wall than does our doe in 8. 8 then placing over 9. She now, for that advantages that she has in the mammary system, the height, the width, and particularly the fullness in the top of that rear udder over this 9th place doe. In general appearance, she is more correct in her flatness of loin and her levelness of rump from hip to pin over the doe in 9. And then 9 over 10, we thought this 9th place doe is more correct in the structure of that mammary system, the way that mammary system is placed under the rump, and really in the correctness of the teat placement on the udder floor, where this 10th place doe, those teats want to get out just a little bit wide on us. She will grant some to the capacity and the depth of body, though, that we have in this doe in 10. 10 then placing over the first place doe in the second line, number 11, for the width and the fullness and the capacity of the mammary system and the overall area of udder attachment, while granting some in correctness to teat placement to that 11th place doe. 11 over 12 is general appearance, upstandingness, and strength of chine. And as well, she has the advantage in mammary system that she's more pleasing in texture. She's a bit more balanced in udder from side to side than is our 12th place doe. 12 over 13, when we look at the doe, she shows us more width throughout. She's wider and more prominent about the brisket. She's wider on her chest floor. She's deeper back through her rear rib. And she shows us more apparent capacity through that mammary system than does the 13th place doe. 13 then over 14. When we looked at these does, the Strength of udder support, memory support on 13 over 14 with a more clearly defined medial suspensory ligament and defined having of that memory system over the doe in 14. She'll grant a little bit to the general appearance, though, of this 14th doe. 14 over 15, we switch these two here toward the end for the advantage again in dairy strength. The 14th doe is longer about her neck. She's cleaner through that front end. She's cleaner out over her top, her rump, and she's cleaner down through her thigh. In the memory system, she's certainly more balanced in that memory system from side to side than is our 15th place doe. 15 over 16, a more capacious memory system with more overall area of udder attachment than what we see on 16, though again, she'll grant a little bit in the balance of udder to 16. 16 over 17 is general appearance. So much more correct about that front end assembly. She's tighter at the point of shoulder. She's tighter at the junction of the shoulder and the withers. She's fuller in the crops, and she blends so much more smoothly from neck into shoulder, shoulder back into barrel. In addition, she is more correct in her flatness of loin and levelness of rump than is our 17th place doe. 17 over 18, we look at the mammary system, a doe that's a little more pleasing in the shape of that udder. It's more globular in shape. She has more width and more fullness at the top of that rear udder, a little more length and extension in 4 than what we have on this doe in 18. And then 18 over 19 is general appearance, her correctness and levelness of rump, and angulation of rear leg, strength of rear pasterns, and the way she handles herself so she walks out around the ring when she behaves. And then she also is a doe that shows us a little more depth and width and fullness of heart, chest, and that heart girth than what we have on our 19th place doe.
All right, we've completed the Nubian milking yearlings and we have the results. First place went to CA Blackberries Dubai Slipper, owned by CA Blackberries. She was second place udder. Second place with first place udder went to CA Blackberries MS Spicy Sushi, owned by CA Blackberries. Third place in the first placing youth in that class went to CA Blackberries BC Dame, owned by CA Blackberries. Fourth place went to J&M Hideaway Turkish Delight, owned by J&M Hideaway Farm. Fifth place with third place udder. And the second place youth in that class went to CA Blackberries FB CA Fee, owned by CA Blackberries. Sixth place went to Flagstick Nobles Proper, owned by Joseph Bruce Hamilton. Joseph also had the seventh place doe, Congaree SOT Penjani. Eighth place, CA Blackberries FB Luohana, owned by CA Blackberries. Ninth place, Grasshoppers Frya, owned by Raymond Levitt Jr. 10th place went to Will Care Quiet Riot, owned by Robin Gibbs. 11th place was owned by Scott Jenkins and his doe Coles Ridge Vero Defuski. 12th place went to Evelyn Dowd with her doe Congaree TW Calamity Jane. 13th went to Painted Sparrows CH Nimona, owned by Michaela Fisher. 14th went to Huanbu PB Dasti Niza, owned by Holly Buroker. 15th place went to KECMR Charlie's Winona, owned by Rob Smith family. 16, Coles Ridge Manny Dara, owned by Scott Jenkins. 17th place went to Mystique Garnet's Cream Brulee, owned by Marjorie and Lupin. Jim Thomas had 18th place was JT Thomas CT Disco. 19th place went to Jane Light with her doe Rams, TM Mayhem, and Intrigue. All right, we're ready to start the Oberhausley show. Sandy.
Okay, a really nice class here of Nubian 2-year-old does. We pulled in 21 that we're going to continue to work with out here into the center of the ring. Those of you on the outside of the ring, we're going to excuse you. A couple of things just as a reminder. Please pay attention to how full your goats are. We're going to tell you there are some goats in this class that are too full and that are overbagged. Please pay attention to that and relieve them before you come into the ring if necessary, because that certainly will come into account as we're working through and evaluating these animals. Thank you to those exhibitors for bringing in all these does. There's still some really nice does that are heading out of the ring. We just thought the 21 in the center are the ones that we are going to continue to work with. Thank you. Okay, a beautiful class of Nubian 2-year-olds. We kept 21 in this group to work with, and dismissed 30 something more. There were just some beautiful goats all the way down through the line, and we decided to keep the 21 that are out here to continue to work with and do our placings. Uh, Other placings on this class are going to be 1, 2, and 4. The first place doe and first udder over that second place doe's udder for the overall width. She shows us the fullness and the capacity to that rear udder and the width and extension and length of that fore and overall fullness of that mammary system. And then the second place udder on the second doe over the third place udder on the fourth doe. We just felt she was a little higher at the top of that rear udder, a little fuller at the base of the rear udder than what we have on this fourth place doe. So the udders will be 1, 2, and 4 in terms of the actual reasons in placing. As these does came in the ring, we both thought these first 2 or 3 does kind of came to the top of the class for us, and the doe at the top of the class we thought won the class pretty handily with her strength of mammary system, the width, particularly at the top of that rear udder, the overall shape and area of udder support. She has the advantage in general appearance over the second place doe. She's more upstanding, walking more uphill to a taller point of withers than is our second doe. She's a doe that shows us more depth of rear rib and is a little more dairy wedge shaped in her overall makeup than is our second doe. 2 then placing over 3 in the mammary system. We thought a little more depth to that rear, a little more fullness in that mammary system than what we have on this third place doe. In general appearance, she's a bit flatter over her loin and more nearly level out over her rump than is our doe in 3. 3 then placing over 4 for her advantages in general appearance. She's so much more upstanding and longer from end to end. She's longer through that back. She's considerably longer across that rump than is our fourth place doe. 4 then placing over 5 for the advantage that she has in mammary system and the length and extension of 4, the overall shape of that mammary system, the strength of medial on the udder floor. In addition, in dairy strength, she's just a little sharper, cleaner, and more angular than is our fifth place doe. 5 then placing over 6. This is where we start to get into a little bit of udder texture. This sixth place doe carrying just a little bit more milk than she needs to be, and it's affecting the texture of that mammary system. So the fifth place doe for that advantage. When we look at that as well, she's more balanced in her udder from side to side than is our doe in 6. In general appearance, she's stronger in her chine. She's more correct in her angulation of her leg than is the sixth place doe. Certainly, she'll grant some to the overall length of body and particularly the depth of rib of this doe in 6. 6 then placing over 7, giving her the advantage now in turn in general appearance. A doe that's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side. She's a little more correct in her angulation of rear leg than is the doe that we have in 7. 7 then placing over 8. We just thought this was a general appearance placing. A doe that's tighter and more correct through that shoulder and front end assembly. She's tighter at the elbow. She's fuller in the crops. She's stronger in the area of the chine than is the 8th place doe. 8 then placing over 9. Starting with the mammary system, we felt the teats were placed a little more correctly on the udder floor and that the doe walked around those teats a little more correctly than does the doe that we have in 9. In dairy strength, she's just a little sharper and cleaner, particularly through the front end around that throat and brisket than is our 9th place doe. But she'll certainly grant some to the depth of rib and the depth and spring of that rear barrel to our doe here in 9. 9 then over 10, advantage in mammary system and the overall shape of that udder, a more globular shape with more width through that forder. Again, teats have a more proper delineation and shape than what we have on this doe in 10. 10 then placing over the first doe in that second line, number 11. We just thought the doe had an advantage in dairy strength. She's cleaner through the front end. She's longer about that neck, cleaner out over her brisket, though she'll maybe grain a little bit in correctness of teat placement on the udder floor to this doe in 11. 11 over 12, again, we're going to talk about the texture thing. This 12th place doe has a little bit too much milk in that udder, so the texture on the 11th doe is certainly more correct than on 12. In general appearance, she's a doe that's flatter in her loin. She's much more nearly level out over her rump than is our 12th place doe, though she'll grain a little bit in dairy strength and overall cleanliness through that neck and sharpness and angularity today to the doe in 12. 12 over 13, couple of things. We started with the mammary system and the correctness of the teat size, length, and delineation and shape over this 13th place doe, and in dairy strength, just a cleaner doe from end to end over the doe in 13. She's certainly going to grant some to the depth of barrel, the overall width that we have on 13. 13 over 14, when we look at the mammary system, she's higher, she's wider in the rear, she shows more width and more extension in the fore, and more overall capacity to that mammary system today. And then she, in turn, is the doe that's sharper over her withers and is more open in her rib than is our 14th doe. 14 then over 15, we just saw a doe that showed maybe a little more capacity to this proportional mammary system to the size of the doe, a little bit more width in the top of that rear. We certainly admire and love the general appearance on this 15th place doe, but like to see just a little more milk to go with that big frame to get her up farther in the group. But it's for her strength and general appearance that she places over the doe in 16, her strength of chine, her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump, and certainly her correctness and angularity of rear leg, though she'll grant some in rear udder height and width to the doe here in 16. It's for those advantages in mammary system that 16 places over 17, the height and width of rear, the length and extension of fore, the overall capacity to that mammary system, though she'll certainly grant general appearance and rear leg angulation to 17. 17 over 18 is general appearance. I know that it walks more uphill as she travels. She's stronger in her chine. She's much more nearly level out over that rump. She's straighter on the front leg when viewed from the side or the front than is our 18th doe. 18 over 19, in mammary system, a more capacious udder with more overall width. She's more balanced in udder from side to side. She, in turn, is stronger through her chine than is the white doe in 19. 19 over 20, when we look at these does, when we talk about the mammary system, that 19th place doe is fuller up into her escutcheon and up into that arch than what we have in this doe in 20. 20 over 21 then, for the advantage that she does have an overall capacity to that mammary system and width throughout that udder as compared to the doe that we had here in 21. 21 stayed with us in the ring for her correctness and her general appearance, her strength and straightness of top, the beautiful levelness out over the rump, the correctness and angulation of her feet and legs as she walks around the ring. And that's what carried her over the other 30 or 40 does that we dismissed from the class. A beautiful class of Nubian 2-year-olds.
All right, good morning. From our ring here, we're beginning with the Oberhans.
sponsored by Lone Cedar Farm. First place, first udder in that class went to CA Blackberry AW Samantha, owned by the CA Blackberry Farm. Second place with second udder went to Foxwood JL Elena, owned by TC Sox. Third place went to J&M Hideaway BG Victoria, owned by J&M Hideaway Farm. Excuse me, the second place also had second place udder that went to the Foxwood Elena doe. Fourth place with third place udder and the first place youth entry was Foxwood Black Palomina, owned by CA Blackberry Farm. Uh, Fifth place doe, second place youth entry in that class went to J&M Hideaway AB Anthropology, owned by Cadence Armbruster. Sixth place, CA Blackberry's Era Hoy Ann, owned by CA Blackberry. Seventh place, CA Blackberry's IC Darcy, owned by CA Blackberry. Eighth place, J&M Hideaway DP Class Action, owned by J&M Hideaway Farm. Ninth place, Fox's Pride MP Yada Yada Yada, owned by Brianna DeFosses. 10th place, Quarter Mile Sunrise, owned by Jessica Tharp. 11th place was owned by TC Sox. That was his doe, Minnie Rosa Blues Lynn. 12th place, CA Blackberries BC Mott, owned by CA Blackberries. 13th was owned by Danielle Caroli and her doe, Kings Rock Champagne Problems. 14th place, Lucky Run Farm Hay Sonata, owned by Dawn Kirby. 15th went to Quarter Mile Catch Your Breath, owned by Nicole Peck. 16, Rams BBP Aurora Seashell, owned by Joanna Snyder. 17th went to KECMR Candyman's Toffee, owned by Rob Smith and family. 18th went to Juanbu TM Kennedy Kendall, owned by Holly Buroker. 19th place was a doe owned by TC Sox, Minnie Rosa Leroy Brown's Cotton. And the 20th place was Lisa Begley's doe, Begley's Troublemaker E.T. Tink. And we had a 21st in that class. That was a doe from Nicole Peck named Altercation. And again, that 2-year-old Nubian class was sponsored by Lone Cedar Farm.
Being 3-year-old does, again, as we work through this big class and we sort through, we pulled 20 does into a line here in the center that we're going to continue to work with. Some of the does around the outside, maybe not quite as much capacity to their memory systems, or don't look to be quite as productive as some of the others, or in proportional memory systems to their frames. Some does that maybe don't have quite the utter support, the overall correctness in general appearance and strength, and we talk about rear legs and some of the other things, but still there's still a lot of nice goats out in this group. We're going to keep the 20 in the center, and those of you along the outside of the ring, will excuse you from the ring. Thank you for bringing them out for us here today to look at.
Judge is Bob Bartholomew, and Bob has been involved with dairy goats for over 50 years. He started with a grade doe in 1972 and has been involved with dairy goats ever since, working with several breeds, primarily Nubians, under the B-Bar herd name. His dairy goat experience includes working at both the small farm level and a large commercial dairy, and he has worked with former ADGA Director Emerita, Judge, and Mary Farley Award winner Mr. Wes Nordfelt at the well-known Coach Farms in upstate New York. Bob is an ADGA Life member and a former linear appraiser working for the association for more than 10 years. He earned his first judging license during the 1987 annual meeting in San Angelo, Texas. Throughout the years, he has volunteered for many ADGA committees, including National Show, Linear Appraisal, Spotlight Sale, Type, Judges, Advanced Judges, and he is currently one of the co-chairs of the Judges Training Assessment and Licensing Committee. Having exhibited his own livestock from coast to coast, he truly understands the commitment and dedication it takes to attend a national show. This will be his fourth time judging our premier show, and he's looking forward to seeing some of the very best dairy goats in the country and working with such a great group of talented judges. He is both honored and excited to be judging our 2026 ADGA National Show in Massachusetts. The consultant judge for Nubians is Trinity Smith Melmanis, and she says, some may call it a full circle event, given that Trinity's first national show was in 1984 in Pomona, California, when she was only 4 months old. When you look at her experience in between now and then, it seems reasonable that we find ourselves here. Trinity raises La Manchas under the Goat Sand herd name and boards and manages the herd of Shining Moon Alpines. She served on the board of directors for 9 years, including 3 years on the executive committee and on numerous committees over the years. She is currently the chairman of the Linear Appraisal Committee, which she is very passionate about. Outside of dairy goats, she has two amazing children who are smart, loving, and kind humans. She works as a substitute teacher and coach at her small rural public school, where she also coaches basketball and softball, and she considers it a very rewarding experience. She's excited to be judging on the national stage, and she is thankful for the community of people who went beyond the status quo to embrace a young person's passion so many years ago and provide insight and exposure for a budding goat enthusiast, especially as it relates to the evaluation of dairy goats. The knowledge and experience of today is only possible because of those who shared yesterday. Trinity recognizes the commitment, time, and money it takes to get dairy goats into the national show ring and is excited to see the results of those efforts. Addison's actually showing her Oberhasli's here, but she worked hard last night and she will continue throughout the week. Addison is our ADGA youth rep, and she comes from Holman, Wisconsin, right along the Mississippi River, where she just finished her senior year of high school. Throughout high school, she was actively involved in 4 H and FFA, holding multiple officer positions. Through school, Addie was also involved in track and field, throwing discus and shot put, gymnastics, show choir, and forensics. Next year, she plans to attend the UW River Falls for animal science and agribusiness. She is passionate about small ruminant genetics and reproduction and hopes to build a future career in that field. She began with 4 H goats in 2017 and has been an ADGA member since 2019 with the herd named Doubleback. She is currently focused on raising productive and competitive Oberhasli, though she also maintains a smaller boar herd and has a few wild card recorded grades. Through her role as a youth rep, Addie has traveled already through the Midwest with the goal of educating and advocating for youth voices. She plans to build her herd through her schooling and eventually obtain an ADGA judge's license, as she believes animal evaluation is one of the most important skills a breeder can have. The alternate youth rep is Miru Kunst. Miru is an 8-year District 1 ADGA member from right here in central Massachusetts. She has the herd name under the mini Midori herd name with her mama Kiko. She breeds Oberhasli, Nigerian dwarf, and Guernsey goats. She has studied environmental science at Norfolk County Agricultural High School, became an Eagle Scout, and an active member and leader in state and national FFA and 4 H. She now attends Worcester Polytechnic Institute, where she is a teaching assistant, admissions tour guide, and a coxswain for the varsity rowing team. Wow, listen to that. She just finished her first year on the dean's list. Wow, that's great too. Pursuing a BS, MS in mechanical and fire protection engineering, whatever that is. This year, she has been traveling around New England to prepare local clubs for the upcoming national show. She even designed an ADGA youth shirt for this year. In 2019, at the start of her breeding program, Miru attended her first ADGA show at the Big E right here in West Springfield, and she feels her journey coming full circle, serving as youth rep right here at home. Congratulations to both Addison and Miru, and thank you for your hard work this week.
Okay, this is our class of Nubian 3-year-old does. And again, we kept back this 20 and then dismissed as many or more does than that from the ring with just these. And again, a lot of different types in this class. This is a class that we worked a little harder to kind of get a placing and to work on some things because there's more differences in type. It doesn't quite maybe fall into line and fit together as easily as some of the other groups that we've looked at. As we walk down through and we've looked at these memory systems, we're going to place udders today as they stand 1, 2, 3. The first place dough, we just think has a little more extension, a little more fullness in that forwarder than does that second place dough, maybe a little more fullness at the base of that rear udder than the dough that we have in 2. She is more pleasing in her udder texture today than is the second place dough. That being said, 2 over 3 in the mammary system. Again, when we talk about texture, she is in turn a little more correct in her texture than what we're seeing on this third place doe, who's maybe got just a little more milk in that mammary system to be able to really evaluate it as well as we'd like. She shows more height of rear, a little more extension of 4, though she'll grant a little bit in width of overall mammary system to the third place udder on that third doe. So as we look at the placing, 1 placing over 2, we just thought this first place doe had the advantage in general appearance, her upstandingness, her strength of chine, her angulation of her leg as she walks around the ring or as she stands here in line. We already talked about the mammary system having a little more extension and length of 4, as well as a little more fullness at the base of that rear, but a fairly close placing between these 2 does. 2 then placing over 3 for that advantage again in the mammary system. I know that shows a little more height in rear, a little more pleasing in that overall udder texture. She now in turn is flatter in her loin, more nearly level out over the rump, and she is a little stronger on her rear pasterns as she stands or as she moves about the ring than is our third place doe. 3 then placing over 4 for the advantage in mammary system, a more capacious udder with more width from the top of that rear udder right on out through that forwarder as well. I know that we thought also was maybe just a tad smoother through that front end, a little tighter at the point of shoulder, and she blends a little more smoothly through the front end than does our doe in 4. 4 then over 5 in general appearance, a little bit of a higher headed type of doe. She is more upstanding. She walks more uphill. She's stronger through her chine. She's a little more correct in her angulation of her leg than is our doe in 5. 5 then placing over 6. We're going to start with dairy strength, just a little sharper, cleaner, particularly out over the hip and the pins and out down through that thigh. I know that when we look at the mammary system, shows a little more fullness behind that rear leg, a little more height and rear udder than what we see on this doe in 6. 6 then placing over 7, an advantage in mammary system and the shape of that udder, the fullness, the bottom of that rear, the length of forwarder as well, and a doe that's just a little more balanced throughout than what we have in this doe in 7. 7 then placing over 8. This 8th goat is a real interesting goat for us. 7 is placing over her for advantages starting in dairy strength. She's longer neck, she's sharper, she's cleaner, she's more open in her rib, and in general appearance, she's just a longer doe that's more upstanding, but she's going to grant quite a bit to the mammary system on this 8th place doe. Beautiful udder on this 8th place doe, and that's what carries her over the doe in 9. The height of rear, the length and extension of 4, the shape of that mammary system, the overall udder support. As well, she has the advantage in general appearance, being tighter at the point of shoulder and smoother blended through that front end than the 9th place doe. And then 9 placing over 10. Again, when we talk about general appearance, she is a doe that's just a little fuller at the top of the shoulder and the crops, a little smoother blended there. She's a doe that when we looked at the mammary system, a little smoother blended at the top of that rear udder into her escutcheon, teats that are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor than the doe in 10. 10 then placing over the first place doe in that next line, the blue roan doe. This one is about as they move about the ring. You really need to look at these does when they walk. This 11th place doe profiles beautifully in line, but where the 10th place doe, as you watch them as they walk, she's stronger in general appearance. She's stronger in her chine. She's flatter in her loin. She's more level out across that rump. We look at the mammary system. It's placed a little more correctly underneath the doe, where the 11th place doe's udder is set back just a little bit farther. She's more correct in her teat placement on that udder floor, and the teats hang more nearly plumb than on that doe in 11. Certainly, we admire the width and the capacity of the mammary system on this 11th place doe, and that's what gets her over the doe behind her in 12. 12 then over 13 is general appearance, her flatness of top and levelness of rump, her correctness in angulation of rear leg today over this 13th place doe. 13, 14, and 15, three does that we understand maybe are not quite as angulated in their rear legs and maybe as strong in their feet and legs as some of the other does. But because of the productivity, this 13 place doe, a doe that shows a little more depth of that mammary system, more smoothness of blending into the top of that rear udder with more width at the top of the rear udder than what we have on this 14th place doe. And in dairy strength, she's more wedge shaped. She's a little more open in her rib than is our 14th doe. 14 then placing over 15, an advantage in the mammary system and the shape of that udder, the height and the width at the top of the rear udder over the doe in 15. 15 over 16, a doe that has the advantage in capacity in mammary system, a doe that shows more height, more width, more extension of fore, more overall capacity in the mammary system that's a little more proportional to the size of the doe than what we have in 16. In addition, she has the advantage in body capacity, being particularly deeper through her heart and her chest floor, heart girth and her chest than what we have here in 16. 16 over 17, a doe that we thought was just a little more structurally correct. She's stronger through her chine. She's flatter out over her loin. When we get to the mammary system, she's more balanced and udder from side to side and shows a little more overall area of attachment than what we have on this doe in 17. 17 then placing over 18, an advantage in mammary system and strength of that rear udder attachment and globular shape to that mammary system. 18 over 19, just a more productive type doe that shows us more capacity. Again, more overall area of attachment to that mammary system than what we have on that 19th doe. And with that, we have the dairy strength, the length of neck, the cleanliness over the loin and over the rump over this 19th doe. And then 19 over 20 in general appearance. She's straighter on the front leg when viewed from the side. She's stronger out over that top. When we get to the rear leg, as she moves a little more correctly on those rear legs. She shows us a little bit more correctness in the mammary system as well, with T placement on the udder floor over our 20th doe. And 20 over the does that we excused from the ring. For the overall dairy strength, she shows us the sharpness, the angularity, that length of neck, and the smoothness of blending through that shoulder, from the neck into the top of the shoulder, back into the barrel, gets her over the does that we excused from the ring.
Okay, if you guys want to listen up, this might be some useful information, not only for everybody here watching the show in the bleachers, but also the people in the barns and also people watching on live stream. You're going to be able to find the class list with all the goats that are entered in each class, as well as the exhibitors. If you go to the Showman app, and what you need to do is go to showman.app. Go to that website. At the top, there's an option that says Find Shows. Click on that, and then you can scroll down to the ADGA National Show option. Click on that, and you can see it has options for all the different breeds, all the different classes. You can click on that, and you're able to access all the class lists for each class that comes into the ring here. So, again, one more time, and I'll announce this later this afternoon as well. Go to the Showman app, showman.app, click on Find Shows right at the top of that page, and then it will take you to the option where you can scroll down to the ADGA National Show, and that's where you can access all that information. So that might be useful to a lot of you, so you can kind of watch along and look at some of the goats that are listed, and if you can match them up with the tag numbers that each exhibitor has, and then you'll be able to know who these goats are. All right, we have the results of the Nubian 3-year-old class. This class was sponsored by Smith and Farm Nubians. First place with first udder in that class went to Fox's Pride BT Zoom Zoom Zenin, owned by Brianna DeFosses. Second place with second udder went to J&M Hideaway ANC Taiga, owned by J&M Hideaway Farm. Third place, third udder, as well as first youth entry in that class went to CA Blackberries Fat Sage, owned by CA Blackberries. Fourth place was owned by J&M Hideaway Farm, J&M Hideaway MT Cat Diana. Fifth place was owned by Marjorie Lupian from up in Maine, Mystique GMS Kara's Amber and Lace. Sixth place was Quarter Mile Marisol Memories, owned by Nicole Peck. Seventh place and the second placing youth entry went to Quarter Miles Post It, owned by Kendra Manick. Eighth place went to Champion West Hoove PE Della, owned by Jessica Tharp. Ninth place was Juanbu Epic Elusive Evasive, owned by Holly Buroker. 10th place, Woostahuva MRT Daffodil, Nicole Peck. 11th place, CA Blackberries Vietri Slipper, owned by CA Blackberry. 12th place, Grand Champion Huanbu Elon Keep the Faith, owned by Holly Buroker. 13th was Wingwood Farm ARA Aubrietta, owned by Stacy Hamlin. 14th, CA Blackberries Fat Ave Maria, owned by CA Blackberry. 15, Hardwick MNY Zaposia, owned by Stacy Hamlin. 16 was Andrea Hamilton Larry's Doe Scotch Briar Wild Tansy. 17th, Ledgewood Farm Hugs and Kisses, owned by Cadence Armbruster. 18 was the J&M Hideaway AB Calamity Jane, owned by Isabella Blanco. 9th place was Brooke Robbers Doe Goats Ahoy Willow. And 20th place was Juanbu Status Moscato Diasti, owned by Holly Buroker. And again, the 3-year-old class of Nubians was sponsored by Smith and Farm Nubians.
Two-year-old Oberhausley class
Okay, this is our class of Nubian 4-year-old does, and we didn't make a cut on this group, so there's 24 out here, and we kept all 24 in the ring. So a little bigger class than the last couple that we've looked at. As we worked our way through this class, we found it really challenging. There's a lot of different types and a lot of different styles, and goats that kind of fall into pairs and groups of two or three or four, and then there's a different style. And so it's kind of an interesting group to line up. All that being said, other placings on the class are going to be 2, 1, and 5. The first udder on the second doe over the doe at the front of the line. A doe that shows a little bit more height in that rear. She has teats that are placed a bit more correctly on that udder floor. She shows a little more strength in that rear udder, a little more overall area of udder attachment than our second udder, which is on our first place doe. Then that udder over the fifth place doe, a doe that's a little more pleasing in its overall shape. She's a little more balanced and udder from side to side than is the mammary system on that fifth place doe, which will be third udder. In the actual placings now, 1/2 for advantages in general appearance. A doe that shows more length of body from end to end. She's longer across her back and across her rump. She's a little more correct in her angulation of her leg when you watch her as she moves or as she stands here in the ring. We talked also a doe that shows me a little more depth, a little more fullness in that hark girth, a little more strength and substance through that front end with a little more prominent brisket than what we have here in the doe in 2. 2 then placing over 3 for that mammary system, the height and width of rear, the extension of 4, but particularly the fullness and the width at the top of that rear udder. She, in general appearance, is stronger in her chine. She's less prominent at that point of shoulder, and she blends more smoothly through the front end than does our third place doe. And then 3 placing over 4 with just a doe that was just cleaner, sharper, a little more angular, a little more length of neck. She's sharper over her withers. She's cleaner out over her hips and pins than is this fourth place doe. In addition, she might walk and handle those rear legs just a tad better as she travels about the ring than our doe here in 4. 4 then placing over 5. This was a close placing for us. There's trade-offs back and forth. In turn, we thought the fourth place doe in dairy strength is a little cleaner about that neck, throat, and brisket. She's a little cleaner out over her hip and pin. In general appearance, she's slightly stronger through that chine and a little flatter across her loin than is the fifth place doe. In addition, she does have a bit more angulation of rear leg and slightly stronger on those rear pasterns. She'll grant a little bit in the overall shape of that mammary system and overall area of attachment to what we have in this fifth place doe. 5 then placing over 6 for that advantage in mammary system, a little more pleasing in the overall udder shape. I know that the top of that rear udder blends a little more smoothly into the escutcheon. She has a little more fullness and width at the base of that rear udder than does the sixth place doe, and she's a little more correct in her teat shape and delineation. 6 then placing over 7 for that advantage that she has now in mammary system and height of rear and extension of 4. She has the advantage as well in dairy strength and overall sharpness and cleanliness throughout over the 7th place doe. 7 then placing over 8. A couple of interesting goats here. The 7th place doe is dairy strength. She's longer neck. She's cleaner in her brisket. She's sharper over her top. In general appearance, she's flatter in her loin and level on her rump, particularly while on the move. As we look at the mammary system, we certainly like the teat placement and the way that those teats hang more nearly plumb on the 7th place doe, but we're going to grant capacity and overall area of udder attachment to this capacious mammary system on this doe in 8. It's for that advantage in the mammary system and the shape of the udder, the overall capacity and area of attachment that gets her over the doe in 9. She will certainly grant a little bit in correctness of teat placement on that udder floor to that 9th place doe. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, being cleaner and carrying less flesh and condition on her today than does our doe here in 9. And then 9 placing over 10. When we look at the mammary system, a doe that rear udder comes up higher into the escutcheon and just holds that udder up a little higher above her hock and closer to her body wall with less of a tendency to want to have a little tilt on the udder floor than what we have in our doe in 10. 10 then placing over 11 is general appearance. She's more upstanding. She's stronger in the chine. She's flatter, more nearly level in the rump, and she's more correct in her angulation of rear leg than is our 11th place doe. 11 over 12, I know that we thought had more capacity through that mammary system, more width, particularly at the top of the rear. She's a doe with a little more depth and fullness of rear barrel than what we have in 12. 12 over 13 in turn, a more capacious mammary system that's a little more proportionate to the size of the doe than what we have here in 13. 13 over 14, general appearance, a doe that's stronger in her chine. She's more level out across that rump. When we look at the mammary system, she's longer, fuller, and smoother in the forwarder than is our 14th doe. 14 over 15 is general appearance and her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump. I know that when we look at the mammary system, it just shows a little more length, a little more fullness in the forwarder, a little more proper teat delineation than what we have on the 15th doe. 15 over 16, again, when we talk about the mammary system, this is a rear udder that blends more smoothly into that escutcheon. There's less of a shelf or a bulge at the top of that rear udder than what we have on that 16th doe that just doesn't blend quite as smoothly in there as what we have in 15. 15 a doe that's also just a little deeper back in that rear rib than is 16. 16 over 17, we talked about the length and extension of forwarder, as well as the overall general appearance and her strength of chine, her angulation of her leg over the doe in 17. 17 over 18, a mammary system that shows more depth, more fullness, and more overall capacity. Again, she's a little smoother blending into the escutcheon from the top of that rear udder, and she's more pleasing about her teeth shape than what we have here in 18. 18 over 19 in general appearance, her strength of chine, her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump, her angulation of rear leg. She'll grant a little bit to the capacity to the mammary system that we have on this 19th doe. And then 19 over 20 for that capacity of that mammary system, the apparent productivity there. We just saw a doe that had more width, more fullness, more depth to that mammary system, a little more width and fullness in the forwarder than what we have on this doe in 20. In addition, she had the advantage in depth of rear barrel over our 20th doe. And then 20 over the balance of the class here for the advantage that she has in her dairy strength, her doe that's sharp and clean and angular and open, and yet carrying her over the group the next four does that we had that we kept in the ring. A nice class to work with here in our Nubian 4-year-olds. Other placings again, 2, 1, 5.
Largest class of Oberhausley so far.
class was sponsored by Humfleet's Nubian Dairy Goats. First place in the 4-year-old class for Nubians with second place udder went to Mini Rosa TP Pale Marga, owned by TC Sox. Second place with the first place udder was J&M Hideaway Kenai Rose, owned by J&M Hideaway Farm. Third place, Huanbu Epic Faithful Fortune, owned by Holly Buroker. Fourth place, Quarter Miles Moscow Mule, owned by Nicole Peck. Fifth place with a third placing udder went to Quarter Miles Bad Addiction, Nicole Peck. Nicole also had the sixth place doe, Quarter Miles Stuck on You. And then seventh place went to Don Kirby's doe, Lucky Run Farm AZ Camelot. Eighth place and the first place in the youth division went to CA Blackberry's Is You Drizella, owned by CA Blackberry. Ninth place was J&M Hideaway GS Royal Merchant, owned by Isabella Blanco. 10th place, JH Farms Pita's St. Pepper, owned by Diana Hubbard. 11th, Woostahuva TC Torrey, Cassie Moore. 12th place was Scotchbriar Jubilant Song, owned by Andrea Hamilton Larry. 13th, second place udder went to RW Milk Kid of Doom, owned by Kendra Manick. 14th, Ebony, owned by Briley Francis. 15th, Begley's Troubled Acres Tipster, owned by Lisa Ham Begley. 16th was Woostahuva SMM Sathana, owned by Cassie Moore. 17th, Simply Sweet Love You Still, owned by Christine Gerstel. 18th was CA Blackberry's Is You Lido, owned by Kelly Doolin. 19th was Hardwick CX Trula City, owned by Stacy Hamlin. And 20th place went to Simply Sweet Arabian Jasmine, owned by Juliet Gerstel. Oh, and then we have 21st place, went to Crazy Hearts Jade, owned by Corinne Harper Johnson. 22 was Scotchbriar Wild Chantilly, owned by Andrea Hamilton Larry. 23, Little Brook Orchid, owned by Audrey Knowles. And 24, Woostahuva PL Desire, owned by Isabella Blanco. And thank you to Humfleet's Dairy Goats, sponsor of the Nubian 4-year-old class. All right, we wanted to make everyone aware. Apparently, there is a. Oh, you're going to make your cut. Apparently, there's a scavenger hunt going on here at the National Showgrounds. So if you want to join the 2026 ADGA National Show scavenger hunt and look for the runaway goat, you never know where a goat might be found. What it is a little statue of a goat's back end. They're hidden throughout the fairgrounds and the barns, apparently. Each one has a QR code. So if you find one, you can scan it when you find it to be entered into a drawing for a chance to win a custom ADGA Nationals metal tumbler and a Bluetooth speaker. The rules are one entry per person per day. Come back again each day and hunt for the show for another chance to enter. A winner will be randomly drawn and announced before the social event on Thursday. So take a look around in all those little out of the way places. Maybe some that are pretty obvious. I don't know. But look for those little statues of goats' butts and look for the QR code and go from there. If you want to know any more, there's information on the American Dairy Goat Association Facebook page about that. So kind of keep a lookout for those little goat butts and maybe you can win something.
Start placing.
This is our Nubian 5 and 6-year-old class, and I just want to say before we place them, we did cut the class, and Mark was early in his reasons on the Oberhausley group, and rather than making those folks stand and wait, we went ahead and excused them from the ring. Again, there were still some good does that were down there. We just thought the does that we pulled into the center, these 20, were a little more correct and overall scorecard makeup than what some of those does were. So we excused those exhibitors and let them go ahead and get ready for the next class. So as we look at this group of 5 and 6-year-olds, the mammary placings on this class are going to be as they stand, 1, 2, 3. Starting with the doe in first for the mammary, a doe that shows a little more height in that rear, that blends a little more smoothly into the escutcheon. She has teats that are placed a bit more correctly on the udder floor and that hang more nearly plumb. 2, then placing over 3, the mammary, a doe that's more globular in her overall shape of that udder. She's more balanced in udder from side to side. Her teats are more clearly delineated from the mammary system than what we have in this doe in 3, though we certainly admire the overall area of attachment that we've got on that third place mammary system. So placings then, 1 placing over 2, as I said, for that advantage in mammary system, the height of rear, the correctness of teat placement, the teats that hang more nearly plumb. She has the advantage in general appearance through that front end. She's tighter at the point of shoulder. She's tighter at the elbow. She's smoother blended through the front end. And she has the advantage in body capacity. She's deeper in her heart girth and deeper, particularly back into that rear rib over the doe in 2. She will grant a little bit in flatness and levelness of loin as they walk out about the ring to the blue roan doe that we have here in second. 2, then placing over 3, an advantage here in dairy strength. She's longer necked, she's sharper, she's cleaner, she's more angular, and just carrying less condition today than what we have in this third place doe. As I talked about already with mammary system, she's more globular in that udder shape. She's more balanced in udder from side to side than is our doe here in 3. 3, then placing over 4, the advantage in the mammary system, particularly the length and extension of 4 and the overall area of udder attachment. We certainly admire the rear udder on this fourth place doe, but not quite the forwarder that we have on the doe ahead of her here in 3. So giving 3 that advantage there. She also is a doe that, as the third doe, as she walks around, is a little flatter, a little leveler across her loin and across her rump than is the big, deep, powerful doe that we have here in 4. 4, then placing over 5, starting with the mammary system and that height and width and shape to that rear udder, a doe that in general appearance is a bit more correct in her rear leg angulation as she walks, and she's a little stronger on her rear pasterns than is our doe in 5. 5, then over 6, a doe that has an advantage. When we talk about general appearance, she's stronger through the chine as she moves. She's leveler from hip to pin, and she's flatter from thurl to thurl. In the mammary system, a doe that maybe isn't quite the length and extension of 4, but she's a little higher, a little bit smoother blended into that escutcheon in the rear udder than what we have on the doe in 6. She also has the advantage in body capacity, being quite a bit deeper in her heart and deeper in her rear barrel than is our 6th place doe. 6, then placing over 7, general appearance, she's more correct through that front end assembly. Again, she's tighter at that shoulder. She's tighter and fuller at that elbow, much deeper in her heart girth than is the doe that we have here in 7. When we get to the mammary system, she's smoother blended from the rear udder into the escutcheon and from the fore udder into the abdominal wall than is our 7th place doe. 7, then placing over 8, starting with dairy strength, the doe that's just sharper, cleaner. She's a little more open. You get your hands on her, a little more width through that mammary system all the way across than what we have on the 8th place doe. In addition, she's tighter at the junction of the shoulders and the withers, and she holds those shoulders a little more together as she walks around the ring than does our doe in 8. She'll certainly grant some to the overall body capacity of this 8th place doe. 8, then placing over 9 in mammary system. We really like the mammary system on this 9th place doe. Just wish it was a little more balanced from side to side. So for that advantage, 8th has more balance. She also has a little more length and extension today than what we have on this 9th place doe. 9, then placing over 10 in general appearance. She's stronger in her chine. She's flatter in her loin. She's a doe that walks more uphill as she travels out about the ring than our 10th place doe. 10, then placing over 11. This was a late switch for us. We just thought the 10th place doe, when we look at the mammary system, is more balanced from side to side. She shows more height, more width at that top of that rear udder than our doe here in 11. And in general appearance, she's a little stronger in the area of the chine than is our 11th place doe, and she has a little more angulation in the rear leg as well. 11, then placing over 12, I know that we just saw when we looked at, she's just cleaner throughout than is this doe in 12. She's sharper, she's cleaner over her withers, she's cleaner out over her hips and pins. 12 then placing over 13, an advantage here in overall length. She's longer through the back, she's longer through the rump, she's more correct in her angulation of her leg, she's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side. And again, a doe that has a less prominent break behind that behind those withers in the area of the chine than the doe that we have here in 13. 13 then over 14, an advantage in mammary system in length and extension as well as width of forudder attachment. 14 then over 15. We just like the way this rear udder blends a little more smoothly up into the escutcheon. The teats are placed more correctly on the udder floor, but we will grant the overall dairy strength and the openness of rib to this doe we have in 15. It's for that tremendous openness of rib and dairy strength. The 15 places over 16. She's longer on the neck. She's cleaner through the brisket. She's cleaner, particularly over over that rump from hip to pin. She's more incurving in her thigh. She has a mammary system with more overall capacity and more width than what we're seeing on this doe in 16. 16 over 17, an advantage in the mammary system in strength of udder support and that rear udder attachment, as well a doe that's stronger in her heart girth and shows more depth of barrel both fore and rear than our 17th doe. 18 is kind of an interesting doe for us. The 17th doe has a little more capacity to that mammary system, but this 18th doe is a doe that's been fresh since December. Really a doe that shows a lot of correctness, just not quite the capacity that we have on some of those other does, which puts her at a little bit of a disadvantage when we look at her in this line. So for that advantage in capacity, bloom, and fullness of mammary system today, 17 is going to place over 18. But it's for that overall correctness that she has in the shape of the mammary system, the area of udder attachment, as well as her general appearance being straighter on the foreleg, stronger across and stronger and flatter across her loin and rump, as well as more proper in her angulation of her leg that she places over 19. And then finally 19 over 20, although that has an advantage in the mammary system, a mammary system that's placed more correctly underneath the rump with less of a tendency to want to tilt forward. The teats are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor and they hang more nearly plumb. In addition, she has the advantage in body capacity. Again, although that's particularly deeper back through that rear rib and barrel, then there's our 20th place doe. The 20th place doe over the remainder of the class, the does that we excused for advantages in general appearance or smoothness and blending through that front end. She's tight at that shoulder and blends really from the neck into the shoulder back into the barrel, and a mammary system that's held high above her hock. She's strong in that rear attachment and is smoothly blended in that fore. And for that, we commend those things, and that's why she placed over the remainder of the class that we excused. Again, mammary placings were 1, 2, 3.
20th place went to Grasshoppers Carousel, owned by Raymond Levitt Jr. from up there in Maine. And again, we thank Raising Arrows Nubians for sponsoring that 5 and 6 year old class. show.adga.org website, and you click on the ticket option, raffle option, and you can buy the tickets right there. And it looks like they're ready to give reasons, so we'll continue with this in a few minutes.
Okay, so this is our class of Nubian age does. Um, Other placings on this class are going to be 1, 3, and 5. Starting with the doe at the top of the class, giving her the advantage over that second place udder doe and the third doe, and her length and extension of 4, the smoothness of blending of that 4 into the abdominal wall, and the overall fullness into the forwarder over the third place doe who is second udder, and then the second udder on the third doe over the fifth doe with third place udder for the overall globular shape to that memory system and the smoothness of that rear udder as it blends up into the escutcheon and the fullness at the base of the rear udder over the doe that we have here in 5. Class placings in. We thought we had an easy winner in the class. She excels the second place doe in the mammary system, particularly in height and width and strength of that rear udder attachment. She's so much more correct about her teat size, length, and delineation over the doe in 2. She also is a doe that in dariness is just a little sharper and cleaner, particularly through that front end, than is our second place doe. The close placing maybe in the class is here between 2 and 3, but it's for the advantages in general appearance. I know that as you watch them as they walk out about the ring, she's much more correct in her angulation of her leg. She's stronger on those rear pasterns. She's straighter on her foreleg. She's flatter in her loin and more nearly level out over the rump than is our doe here in 3. She certainly will grant some in mammary system and the shape of that udder and the strength of her udder attachment to our third place doe. 3 then placing over 4 for that advantage in mammary system, the overall shape of the udder, the balance of udder from side to side, the length of the forwarder. She has an advantage as well in body capacity and her depth of rear rib over this fourth place doe. 4 then placing over 5. In general appearance, she's one of those higher headed kind of a doe that's tighter and smoother at the junction of the shoulder and the wither. She's stronger through her chine. She's more correct in her straightness and levelness of back and rump than what we have in 5. Though, as I said, she certainly will grant some, particularly to the height and the fullness at the top of the rear udder, to the doe that we have in 5. 5 then placing over 6 for that capacity of mammary system and overall area of udder attachment. She has the advantage in dairy strength as well, being a little sharper, cleaner, and more open than is our doe in 6. 6 then placing over 7, a doe that we felt with the mammary system, again, a little more fullness and bloom and capacity to that mammary system, a little more fullness in that udder today, more fullness, particularly at the top of that rear udder, and a little more balance in udder from side to side than what we have on our doe in 7. 7 then placing over 8 is general appearance. A doe that we felt shows more width all the way across that top and across that rump. She's a doe that has in body capacity more depth of heart girth, more depth in spring of barrel and spring of rib than what we have on the doe in 8. 8 then placing over 9 is dairy strength. Just so much sharper and cleaner out over that rump. We look at the mammary system and she shows us more length and more extension of 4, though she'll grant some to the tremendous width of rear udder and strength of rear udder attachment, for which we really want to commend that 9th place doe. It's for that advantage in that rear udder attachment, the height, the width, the strength of the udder support there in 9 that carries her over 10. In addition, she has the advantage in general appearance. She's straighter on her foreleg when viewed from the side or from the front. She's more correct in her angulation of rear leg. She's shorter and stronger on those rear feet and pasterns, and she moves much more easily and freely around the ring than does our doe in 10. 10 then placing over the first doe in this next line, our 11th place doe, for her overall capacity, her depth of rib, her depth of heart girth, a memory system that in udder support is higher up into the escutcheon, is snugger in that medial, keeping that udder up a little higher above her hock. Her teats are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor than is our 11th place doe. 11 over 12 in turn has an advantage in memory system. Again, a doe that's a little longer and fuller in her forwarder attachment. Her teats hang a little bit more nearly plumb than do our doe here in 12. 12 and 13, a similar pair of does. We just thought the 12th place doe, there's just a little bit more, a little more depth, a little more fullness in that barrel, a little more width out across that rump. She is more correct in her angulation of her leg, and she's more correct on her rear pasterns today than is our 13th place doe. And then finally, 13 over 14 in general appearance, her strength of top, her correctness of chine, her angulation of rear leg over this 14th place doe. In addition, she's more correct through that front end assembly than is the doe that we have in 14. We certainly commend that 14th doe for her overall sharpness, her openness, and her overall angularity. Again, other placings were 1, 3, and 5.
All right, let's do the results real quick. For the Nubian 7 years and over class, first place, first udder went to Champion Fox's Pride, GR Farrah Fowler, owned by Brianna DeFosses. Second place, first place youth entry, went to Woods River Katie Cousin Trouble, owned by Reagan Arney. Third place, second udder, Hoanbu DG Katniss Everdeen, Holly Buroker. Fourth place, Oostahuva SL Sage, Nicole Peck. Fifth place with third place udder went to Scotch Briar, I Have a Dream, Andrea Hamilton Larry. Sixth place, Daw Farm Poppy, Corinne Harper Johnson. Seventh, J&M Hideaway AB Desert Storm, owned by J&M Hideaway Farm. Eighth place was Straw Park at Margaret Fuller, Hannah Lovegren. Ninth place was Isabella Blanca's doe, Cherokee Rose Blue Heron. 10th place with second place youth entry went to Fiona's Princess Pretzel. That's quite a name. Fiona's Princess Pretzel, owned by Braylon Francis. 11th place, Kismet's Shining Star, Briley Francis. 12th, Hardwick Remy Ella MNOP, owned by Stacy Hamlin. 13, Hardwick Remy Sia, owned by Stacy Hamlin. In 14th place was Cherry Tree Lil Twixie, owned by Brianna Burton.
Okay, what a beautiful lineup we have out here for selection of our national champion Nubian doe. And how about a round of applause for the Nubian exhibitors throughout the day that have just brought out a lot of beautiful goats for us to look at. As we look at this lineup and we start down there with that yearling, look at the dairy strength on this doe, the length of her neck, the sharpness, the angularity, and the openness. Then we move up to the 2-year-old, this big, powerful doe with a tremendous mammary system, a high and wide in the rear and long and smooth in the fore. Ahead of her, the black and white spotted doe, our 3-year-old, that just excels in general appearance. When she came in the ring, we both were just like, look at the general appearance on this doe, the smoothness through the front end, the tightness, the strength of chine, the flatness out over that top. Then we have our a 4-year-old doe, tremendously long-bodied in general appearance, a doe that again shows us a lot of dairy strength and her openness and her overall cleanliness. Ahead of her, we have the 5 and 6-year-old, a doe with a lot of capacity, tremendously deep-bodied, lots of depth of barrel, very nice udder shape that's strongly attached all the way around. And then at the front of the line, we have our aged doe, an 8-year-old 7th freshening doe that's really stood the test of time and has held up really, really well. A doe that's beautifully strong in her general appearance and a really well attached mammary system that's functioned through 7 lactations. As we talked about this, and Trinity and I kind of agreed on this as we talked. When we're judging, and when I'm judging, and a Trinity, from what she's told me, I think is the same way. We kind of look for a goat as we work through the day that catches our eye, and that we have to find something that can beat her. And as we work through, and we looked at these goats, and we thought about things, there's a doe that kind of did that for us here today, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to make that doe our national champion, and that's the first place 2-year-old. So when we compare her to the yearling, there's just so much more doe here right now. And we have that mammary system, the height and the width and the extension, particularly the width of mammary system on that doe. She really uses that mammary system to carry her over the 3-year-old. When we look at her against the 4-year-old, again, the mammary system is what gets her there, the height and the width and the shape of that udder. Even in general appearance, she's more upstanding. She's stronger through her chine than is that 4-year-old. We look at her compared to the 5-year-old, and she excels in general appearance, her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump, her angulation of rear leg. And finally, with the aged doe at the front of the line, again, when we look at this, we have that mammary system with just so much width and capacity and so much area of attachment. Even though that doe is 8 with 7 lactations, we just thought today for us, the doe to beat was this 2-year-old. The 2-year-old will be your national champion doe. Thank you. Pull her out for us, and we'll bring the other 2-year-old up. So we bring up the doe that stood second to her in her class. And again, a doe that had a beautifully shaped mammary system, a doe that shows a lot of strength in her general appearance. And as we look now at this first place line, for us, it kind of fell down to 2 does here, and it was a little closer for us to make our selection for reserve. And that's between the 5 and 6-year-old and the aged doe at the front of the line. We thought the 2 of them had the advantage over the group behind them, first of all, in age and maturity. And we look at the lactations and we look at the mammary systems on these 2 does. And definitely there's some trade-offs between the 2. We have one doe that's got a little more capacity of mammary system, maybe a little more height and width of rear. We have another doe that's really excels, I think, when we look at general appearance and the way she travels and the way she moves as she travels about the ring. And when we talk about judging, we talk about needing to look at these goats while on the move. And for us, the way that we make that decision today is the aged doe at the front of the line. For her advantages in general appearance as she walks out about the ring. She's so much more correct over that top line. She's stronger in the chine. She's flatter in the loin. She's more level in the rump. She's more correct in her angulation of rear leg. Yes, she's going to yield a little bit in the height and width of mammary system and the overall capacity of udder today to the 5 and 6-year-old. we're going to use the age doe at the front of the line for reserve national champion. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the Nubian national champion, reserve national champion. Resuming in our overhead.
Okay, so we bring out our junior and reserve junior national champion Nubians to compete with the senior does for our overall grand and reserve grand champion. And as Trinity and I were just saying, we're really pleased with the selection and the does that we had to work with and the does that we have out here for selection of our overall grand. We certainly admire the dairy strength on that intermediate kid and the general appearance on the senior kid who are our junior and reserve junior champions. But with the strength of mammary system, the maturity, the development we have on these two older does, the senior champion will be our overall national grand champion, and the reserve senior will be our reserve grand champion. Congratulations.
All right, that was quite the Nubian show. We'd like to announce our new Nubian senior champion, now Nubian national grand champion, CA Blackberries AW Samantha, owned by CA Blackberries from California. Reserve senior champion and reserve national champion was the ADGA champion Fox's Pride GR Farrah Fowler, owned by Brianna DeFosses, the Fox family. Congratulations. All right, the next class over in the Nubian ring will be all the first place youth winners from each of the age classes. So bring your does into the ring, please. All right, on the Nubian side, we're going to be doing the Premier Youth winner, and then right after that, we can get our dairy herd groups ready to come into the ring. Nubian dairy herds, be ready to come into the ring in about 10 minutes.
So these are our outstanding youth from our Nubian Senior Doe for the selection of Premier Nubian Youth Senior Doe. As we look at this group, starting with the yearling doe, a doe beautifully smooth in her general appearance, so correct and smooth through that front end, a beautifully shaped mammary system. Ahead of her, our 2-year-old doe, again, a capacious mammary system with a very pleasing shape that's well attached. Then we have the 3-year-old, a big framey doe that's extremely long bodied. Again, very nicely shaped mammary system that's really strong in its udder support. Then we have the 4-year-old doe, another big framey doe with a lot of depth of barrel, depth of rib, a doe with a lot of width and a lot of area of udder attachment. And then up at the front of the line, we have our age doe, a doe that excels in her general appearance, her strength and straightness of top, her levelness of rump and loin, and smoothness through that shoulder and front end. As we looked at these as these 5 does and we talked about it a little bit, for us there's a doe that kind of comes to the top of the group. When you compare her to the yearling, she's more mature. She has the advantage in width and capacity, certainly in maturity. When you compare her to the 2-year-old, there's just so much more of her, particularly in overall length of body. When you compare her to the age doe at the front of the line, she's more correct in the mammary system, in the shape of that udder, the strength of udder support, the strength of the medial, the correctness of the teat length, delineation, and shape. And when we compare her to the 4-year-old, I know that has the advantage in general appearance, her strength of chine, her flatness of loin, her correctness of teat placement, delineation, and teats that hang more nearly plumb. And although she's going to give up a little bit in maturity to the 2 older does in front of her, the first place 3-year-old in the center of the line will be our premier Nubian Youth Senior Doe. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Nubian Premier Youth Exhibitor Doe. Uh, she was C.A. Blackberry's Fat Sage, owned by C.A. Blackberry Farm out there in California. Congratulations to her. for dairy herd. All right, so we're on the Nubian side, we're working on dairy herd. The next class, if you want to be prepared, would be the best three senior does. After that would be Nubian senior get a sire, followed by produce of dam, and then dam and daughter, and then best udder. So the Nubian side, we have dairy herd now, best three seniors, senior get, produce, dam and daughter, and then best udder entries. On all the individuals and herds and businesses that uh, supported financially the Nubian show here today. They include the CA Blackberry Herd, Troubled Acres, Hops and Lops Farm, Scotch Briar Farm, Maple Wind, Windy Hill Ranch Dairy Goats, Kings Rock Farm, Tamris Farm Nubians, Lone Cedar Farm, Smithen Farm, Humfleet's Nubian Dairy Goats, Raising Arrows Nubians, Brushwood Creek Nubians, Windy Hill Ranch Dairy Goats, Larkwood Farm, Wilcare Dairy Goats, Bon Femme, Coles Ridge Farms, Lone Cedar again, the Persnickety Chick, Lakeshore Nubians, Raising Arrow Nubians, the INBA, International Nubian Breeders Association, Smith and Farm Nubians, Scotch Briar Farm, TLC Farms, it's Caroline Lawson down there in Texas, Bjorningswick Dairy Goats from here in Connecticut, Troubled Acres, Lisa Begley, Windy Hill Ranch, Mick and Deborah Mihalski, and Redwood Hills Farm out there in California. Thank you all for your support of the Nubian breed, the production awards, the rosettes, the ribbons, the awards, and so on.
Okay, this is our Nubian dairy herd class. Starting up here at the top of the line with one placing over two in the closest placing probably in the class. As we look at these two groups, the first place group has more uniformity in those memory systems and the height and the arches in those rear udders, the overall width of those memory systems. And in dairy strength, they're just a little more uniform and as well a little bit more uniform in their correctness and general appearance and their flatness of top, their correctness of rear leg over the group we have in two. Two then placing over three, we thought more uniformity through these memory systems. Those showed us a little more strength through their front ends, a little more width, a little more tightness at those shoulders than what we have as a group in three. Three then placing over four, a little more dairy strength here, a little more sharpness and cleanliness, a little more openness as a group than we have in this fourth place group. Four then placing over five, in the shape of those memory systems, those that show us a little more extension through their forwarders. But certainly we're going to commend and grant width of rear udders to this group here in five. For those advantage in width of rear udders and the uniformity of those does in that, as well as their overall depth of bodies, as a group, they're more uniform than is our group in six, which has our reserve national champion in it. Six then placing over seven. Again, as we looked at these does, maybe not quite as uniform as a group, but four does that are pretty correct in their structure, does that show us a lot of strength and general appearance, and maybe that handle their rear legs a little more correctly as a group than the group that we have that behind them here in seven. Seven then over eight, a little more width, a little more fullness to those rear udders. Does in general appearance, we thought a little stronger maybe over their tops, maybe a little flatter out over their rumps with a little more width there as a group than what we have in eight. And then finally, eight over nine, there's certainly more uniformity in the shape of those memory systems, the correctness in their overall general appearance and their upstandingness, the correctness in teat placement on the udder floors of these memory systems over our ninth place group.
All right, currently in the ring in the Oberhausley side are 5 and 6 year class, which was sponsored by Larkwood Farm. First place went to CA Blackberries out in California. They had a nice long ride out here. Well worth it, apparently. Second place, J&M Hideaway from North Carolina. Third place, Holly Buroker, Ohio. Fourth place, Nicole Peck from up there in Michigan. Fifth place was Isabel Blanco. Sixth place, Brianna DeFosses, right here in New Hampshire. Seventh place went to Don Kirby. Eighth place, a New Yorker, Andrea Hamilton Larry, was eighth place dairy herd. And then our Margie Lupian from up there in Maine, longtime breeder, was ninth place dairy herd for Nubians.
Oberhausley 5 and 6-year-old class or mammary placements are second is first setter.
Okay, this is our Nubian Best Three Females class, and as we look at this class, and again, we're going to place 1/2, a little more correctness in the uniformity of the arch and the shape of those rear udders, a little more in their general appearance as a group, more consistent in their flatness of loins and their levelness out over the rumps, as well as their angulation of rear leg over the group that we have in two. Two then placing over three. Again, when we look at them, just a little bit more uniformity in their overall type. I think when we get to this third place group, we have two does that are pretty similar, and then a third doe that doesn't quite fit as well with the other two. So there's just a little more uniformity in the mammary systems and in the overall body styles that we have in two, placing over three. Three then placing over four. This group moved up a little bit from our dairy herd class by changing a doe out of the group, and I think it gives them the advantage now when we look at general appearance, a little more correct through their front ends, a little stronger through their chines in general appearance, and in terms of flatness over those loins than what we have here in the group in four. Four then over five is more correct as a group in their overall dairy strength, their overall cleanliness throughout, their openness and their angularity. Five then placing over six. Again, I think does it show us just a little bit more uniformity in the memory systems as a group, maybe just a little bit in general appearance and strength of top lines, strength through the area of the chines as a group than what we have in six. Six then placing over seven. Certainly there more uniformity in the mammary systems, more capacious does throughout that group than what we have in the group in seven. And then seven over eight and those udder shapes, the strength of those udder attachments, the correctness of the teat placement on the udder floors of those goats. They also have a little bit of an advantage in general appearance and a little more strength and correctness through their front ends, a little straighter on their forelegs as a group than what we have in the group here in eight.
The results of the Nubian Best Three Senior Does. This class was sponsored by Windy Hill Ranch. First place went to CA Blackberries. Second place, J&M Hideaway. Third place, Fox's Pride, Brianna DeFosses. Fourth place, Hoanbu, Holly Buroker. Fifth place was Nicole Peck. Sixth was Andrea Hamilton Larry, Scotchbriar. Seventh place went to Dawn Kirby. And eighth place went to Margie Lupian, Mystique. All right, the results for the Oberhausley 5 and 6 year.
This is our Nubian senior get a sire class, starting with the group in 1/2, a close placing for us. We just thought the first place group a little more uniform in their width and their capacity through those mammary systems and their strength and general appearance over those front ends and backs over the group that we have in 2. 2 then placing over 3. Again, when we look at the mammary systems, a little more uniform in the shape and the overall capacity that we're seeing there in those mammary systems, as well as those that are a little stronger through the area of the chine, a little tighter at the top of their shoulders as a group than the group that we have in 3. And then 3/4, they're more correct in their mammary systems and the strength of the attachments, particularly the forwarders when we look at them as a group over the group in 4. And then 4/5, there's some maturity and some capacity advantages here. Those that have more depth and more width. And then we look at the mammary systems, they're more capacious and have more milk in those mammary systems today. And then, well, in general appearance, a little more correct angulation to the hind legs as a group than we have in the group in 5.
All right, Nubian breeders, listen up. This next class is Nubian Produce of Dam. It will be a tattoo check class. So you need to bring your registration papers for every goat that walks into the ring. Tattoo check for Nubian Produce of Dam.
Okay, this is our Nubian produce class, and we're going to the group at the top of the class. We just think in general appearance, they're more correct in their straightness and strength of tops, flatness and levelness of loins. When we look at the mammary system, teats that are of a more proper size and delineation that are placed more correctly on the udder floor as a pair than what we have in two. Two then over three for the shape of those mammary systems, the overall area of attachment, the length of forward on those does, as well as the overall dairiness. And now they in turn as a pair are more correct in their general appearance than is our group in three. Three over four for the advantage they have now in starting with general appearance. In their turn, they're stronger through the chine, they're flatter in their loins than what we've got here in the group in four. Four then over five, there's a little bit of an advantage here in maturity and uniformity in the two does over this group in five with an older doe and then a little bit younger doe behind her. Just a little more uniformity in the capacity of those mammary systems and in the strength and length of back that we have on those does over the group here in five. Five then over the does in six, more correct in the shape of those mammary systems, the overall area of udder attachments, the globular shape that we're seeing as compared to the two does here in six. Six then placing over seven, we've got some does that show us a little more overall capacity, a little more length and extension and smoothness of blending into the abdominal wall in those forwarders. And in general appearance, those are maybe just a touch straighter on their forelegs as they stand than our group in seven. Seven then placing over eight is dairy strength. They're does that are cleaner, they're more open in their rib, they're sharper and cleaner throughout, and they're more uniform as a pair in the shape of those mammary systems, as well as the overall body style and type between these two does in seven over eight. And then eight over nine is correctness about those shapes of mammary systems and the overall udder support, the strength of the forwarders on those does, also an advantage in general appearance and correctness of angulation of her leg and correctness of feet and pasterns as a pair over the group that we have at the end of the line here in nine.
All right, we're ready for Nubian dam and daughter in the Nubian side. And then after that, we will need all the first and second place Nubian udders. So please have them ready to go. We're doing a selection of Oberhausley senior and reserve senior champion right now. We need to have the two junior champions from last night at ringside. And then the first place youth does from each age class, senior age class, ready as well. The results of the Nubian produce of Dam. First place went to J&M Hideaway with their doe J&M Hideaway Arctic Rose. Second place was CA Blackberries with their does Santa Ynez Cinderella. Third place, Nicole Peck, Clarion Sticky Note. Fourth place, Holly Buroker, Hoanbu BLF Feather Faithful. Fifth place was CA Blackberry with CA Blackberry's Glass Slipper. Sixth place, Margie Lupian with Mystique DKP LA Cream Caramel. Seventh place, produce went to CA Blackberry with CA Blackberry's WP Duchess Cat. Eighth place was Don Kirby with Lucky Run Farm Miss of Avalon. In ninth place, Nubian produce of Dam went to Don Kirby with Wingwood Farm Lovin' Tempo Vite.
What's an exciting day? Our first full
class, we looked at this and we're thinking about two good individuals and hopefully seeing improvement in the daughter over the dam. And we think we see that in these first three groups. I think the first group, we see a little more uniformity and correctness in those memory systems, a little more height and width in rear udders than what we have in the group. And two then over three, we certainly have an advantage and a little bit in maturity on the younger does that show me a little more capacity, a little more length and extension of four. But we really like the young doe in this third group, and we see that she's already bigger than her mom and she's just as good or more correct in the memory system. And we certainly like to see that improvement in the daughter over the dam. And that carries them over the group here in four. The difference being we think we've lost a little bit in teat placement, not quite as correct in the memory system as the dam is in this group in four. So giving three that advantage, placing them over that fourth place group. And then four placing over five, we just think there's an advantage when we look at memory systems and the shape and the length and extension of those forerudders. We certainly admire the height and the width of the rear udders on this fifth place group and their overall capacity, both in memory and in body. But with the shape and the correctness of memory system, four places over them. But it's for that overall capacity, those rear udders, the height of rear udders, the capacity of bodies at five then places over six. Six then places over seven. Those that just show us more fullness, more capacity through the memory systems. And in turn, they're just more does, more depth, more width, more strength throughout than what we're seeing on this group in seven. Seven over eight, when we look at the strength of memory systems and in general appearance, in memory systems are more uniform in the type of those udders, those that are a little stronger in their attachments and their memory support. In general appearance are those that are much straighter over their tops, flatter in their rumps, and much more correct in their angulation and strength of the rear feet and legs over this eighth place group. And then finally, 8/9. Again, when we look at that, we do see a little more improvement in the daughter in this group than what we see in the group at the end of the line. I think when we get to the group at the end of the line, maybe we've lost a little bit in the daughter from what the dam strengths are. And that allows us to place these two as they stand. Thanks.
So it's traditional ceremony. We bring
First place went to Nicole Peck with Quarter Mile Bad Habit. Second place, Holly Buroker, Juanbu BLF Feather Faithful. Third place was J&M Hideaway with J&M Hideaway AT Arabian Nights. Fourth place was CA Blackberries with CA Blackberries Glass Slipper. Fifth place was Isabella Blanco, and unfortunately, I don't have the doe's name. Sixth place, Brianna De Fossis, Fox's Pride, GR Farrah Fowler, your reserve champion. Seventh place, Hannah Lovegren. Unfortunately, I don't have Hannah's doe's names. Eighth place, Dawn Kirby, Lucky Run Farm Moonshadow. Ninth place, Margie Lupian with Mystique FTS Caramel Irish Cream. And that's it.
Okay, as we get ready to wrap up the Nubian show here, we're on to our best udder class. We've looked through the memory systems and we've talked about them throughout the day as we've judged the classes, of course. And as we look at this group, we're going to have four does that we'd like to see milk out. Our first place 2-year old, the first place 4-year old, the first place 5 and 6-year old, and the first place age doe. If we could get those four does to milk out, the rest of you are excused. Thank you and congratulations for your placings. And we'll be back in just a few.
Start lineup for Oberhausley Youth
Here with our best udder doe. Couple of things. First of all, I want to say thank you to Trinity as my associate judge. It was great working with you, and I look forward to working with you some more this afternoon and tomorrow as we do togs. Our ring steward, wherever she ran off to, Larissa, has been great at getting animals in the ring, and thanks to her and the secretary staff at the table for helping us and getting things moving and keeping things moving as we go. These are the 4 does that we decided to have milked out for our selection of best udder. Our 2-year-old, which was our grand champion doe, our first uddered 4-year-old, which was, I believe, second in our class, our first place 5 and 6-year-old, and then our reserve champion, the age doe, the 8-year-old. As we went through these and we watched them and we looked at what they were like, full of milk and the udder shapes and the overall capacity. And then now as they've milked out very well. All 4 does have milked down as we would have expected them to, and the textures are certainly where we would expect them to be. For us, for her advantage, and in when we look at the shape of the udder, the width that it showed was full of milk, the division of halves with the strength of that medial and the number of lactations being more than double that at least of the youngest doe in the class. We're going to go up to that first place 5 and 6-year-old doe, and she's going to be our Nubian best udder. For reserve for us, really when we talked about things and as we looked at it, the mammary system on this 2-year-old is one of the big reasons we got her where we did. The width of that mammary system, the capacity, the shape, the strength, and the area of udder attachment, and she's milked down just beautifully. No, she doesn't have as many lactations as some of the older does in front of her, but we're still going to go ahead and use that first place 2-year-old for reserve best udder. Congratulations.
All right, the Nubian best udder winner went to the first place 5 and 6-year-old J&M Hideaway DP Casablanca. The reserve best udder went to our national champion, the first place 2-year-old CA Blackberries. What's her name?
Thank you for joining us for the American Dairy Goat Association National Show. This has been a Walton Webcasting production, livestock like you've never seen before.